Hello, YouTube audience and Twitch. We're working on Val again today. So last week, if you watched the video, if you didn't, go back and watch part 1 where we painted her face. Today we're going to work on the hair and the fur a little bit, I think, and then maybe get some work done on the skin, like the shoulder and neck, because it's a little rough at the moment. Yeah? So, let's get going. So, I have my palette from last week, and it's not great. Some of them will probably be fine. Yeah, like this is still good. By the way, I don't know what it is about the Mindwork heavy bodies, but these things stay usable for a ridiculously long time. I'm not a heavy body acrylic fan, but I'll be honest, theirs is quite good. So if you like heavy bodies, you know, this isn't me trying to sell you on it, but they're pretty nice. So yeah, let's see if we can liven up some of this paint. If it's really bad, we'll mix some new ones, but looks like some of it is still a bit usable, so if I will say, if I needed like a thick paint here, something with a bit more coverage, I would not be doing this. I would be switching out to a more new, some fresh out of the bottle stuff. So the big thing we want to do is get that lighting right here on the arm, which is interesting because what's going to happen with the arm here is it's not really, so talk about the Terminator, right? Where you have these two lights interacting, similar to how the two lights, or the light and the shadow interacts, but because we have this second sort of ambient blue light, the light and the shadow interact a little differently where they cross. So we're not going to actually, a lot of people think that the Terminator, which is the line where light becomes shadow, okay, it's where the actual transition is. A lot of people think that has to be the darkest part, but because we have this secondary ambient light, that shadow is not going to be as intense as it would in parts where we're not getting that ambient light. Mose, what up? I'm doing well. You think so? You see the Siri vibes? I see it a little too. That's what I was kind of aiming for. Yeah, Witcher, exactly. Witcher 4. The Witcher 4 Siri kind of look. When she's older, you know. Not, dude, I'll be honest, like, you guys have, some of you I'm sure have actually read the Witcher books. Yes? No? Maybe? It's a little creepy how they treat Siri in the books, because she's supposed to be like really young. Like 14 or something. Or a lot creepy. You guys not know about that? There's a reason the Wild Hunt and everything is after her. What's that? Creekkin, hello. Thanks for following. Welcome to stream. Okay, so that should be about right if we check the sort of angle here. Maybe the light could come over a little bit more on her shoulder and maybe up a little bit on her neck. Question, when you're starting your value painting at the start, for shadows, are you using your darkest value first, and for lights, are you using your base light value? No, I am not using the darkest value. You have to separate. I'm using what is called the core shadow value, which would be the darkest value of the volumetric shadow. Okay. You also have another level of shadow on top of that called occlusion. So I'm not painting to the occlusion shadow, I'm painting to the core shadow. If you don't know the difference, look it up. Pint-sized berserker. Hello, welcome. Thanks for the prime. Appreciate you. Hello, Bones. How are you today? Okay, so that's working all right. Now we gotta come back. Get to chill. You're streaming tonight, yeah? How do I do this? How do I, is this the command? Hold on, let me see. Does that work? I have no idea if that works. I'm not very good at the like commands thing in Discord. You know what? I did know that you get a free sub with Prime. That's crazy. You guys know that you might just have a free sub just sitting in your account that you can use? You, too, could take $2 out of the pocket of Jeff Bezos. Now, you guys are awesome. I think actually I have, Twitch told me the statistic one time. I have a, like, extremely high percentage of subs to viewers. And I thank you all for it. Ah, snap. I'm gonna go, yeah, Jim Lee needs your money. Better go give it to him. So this is where this transition gets very weird, because based on the light on her face, right, we have to create a light on her shoulder where these sort of this cold light and the warm light both interact at the same time. So we have to get like these values working simultaneously. It can be a little awkward. But I believe in all of you. You can do it too. Just remember, if you're having doubt, look at it in black and white and check to make sure it's working, you know? Hello, Sebastian. Oh, missed your message earlier. Hi. There you go. Look at that. Thanks, Jackson. Thanks for the prime. Dan it, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Oh, so when... Nope, not that screen. When we look for the black and white, we're looking for basically to make sure that the like values are consistent across the surface, right? Because sometimes it can be really difficult to judge when you're looking at it in color, because our value perception is not quite as good as it is as our color perception. Actually, colorblind people are better at distinguishing values than normal vision people. Able visioned people. There you go. So when you look at it in black and white, you get to eliminate one of the aspects, right? So you eliminate one component, and it can help you better judge if your values are working. So if you look at the shoulder right now, based on the light on her face, you should be able to see that maybe the light on her shoulder is not bright enough at the moment. Right? Hey, color deficiency is no joking matter. Did you know that 1 in 10 men have a color deficiency? That means very likely at least 3 of you in the chat right now have a color vision deficiency. Statistically speaking. Hi, boy Dale and B. Some of, yeah, okay. Well, based on my analytics, 97% of you are men. So I'm not, it's very rare actually for it to affect women. Much lower percentage. In fact, I don't know if I've ever met a woman with color blindness. Normally, if they do, it's because of like an injury or something. But genetically speaking, I don't think it's a think it's pretty uncommon, or like super, super uncommon. .5%, so 1 in 200. I dated a green-red deficient girl for a while. Yeah, well, a lot of people actually don't even know they are, because like color blindness is a really not a great term, because it makes people think that it's like this all or one thing. And most people are, color deficiency is a much better term, because most people that have it are on like different levels. That was actually pretty good, Richard. I like that. No, all she saw was yellow flags. Everything was... Now we've pushed that light a little bit further. Starts to feel a little bit more accurate to what we're looking for. All right, for real though, give me a 1 in chat if you have some level of color deficiency. I'd be shocked if it's not at least one of you. Just need Steve to come in. Where's Steve in the chat? His is really bad, actually. That's a different thing. That has nothing to do with your vision capabilities. Because I am too, most of the time. What's your way to paint the backside if you have intense light here? Like, what's your way to paint backside if you have intense light, like here, and no additional light sources from behind? Why would I not have an additional light source from behind? I would also have the sky from behind, right? So I can paint the back with the same blue sort of effect that I have from the front. Overrated. Thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. It's not a bounce light. It's not a bounce. It's an environmental ambient light. Okay? Bounce light is different. Bounce light would be like if she was standing next to a wall, like a white wall, and that was the light from the sun here was reflecting off the wall and bouncing back onto her. I don't even remember what color's on my brush. So this is, at least the shoulder is better right now. So let's clean up the fur a little bit. So the back will have the same intensity as on her forehead, just a blue from the sky. Yep. Yeah. So the values on the back will not be super intense, but you'll get some, you know. It's enough to, yeah, give some definition. Or you could introduce another light source, but that's getting quite complicated at that point. All right, I want some kind of color that's like in here. So you can see this one I mixed up early, the last session. So I can actually just kind of search for a color that's kind of like that now, since I don't need to mix it, or since I've already made the mixture, I know roughly what it looks like and like it. So maybe something like this cloudy sky will kind of get me most of the way there. This is a little bright, so I'll have to probably tone it back a little bit. Oh, plenty of you all want to use a third and fourth light source. And you don't know when to say enough is enough. You know? Were you planning to make a backdrop for her? No. Nope. No, just a pretty basic lighting. Need a little bit of orange. Some of that guy. All right. So this will work as our starting sort of light for here. Okay. A thing to know about fur, right? If you want to make your fur look even softer, fur and hair, especially when under extreme lighting conditions, has gaps and volume in it, okay? So there is space in between the hairs, and that allows light to scatter through it. So sometimes the shadows in these light sections will not be as intense as they will in these areas where it's getting no direct lighting, okay? So what I mean, I'll give you an example. All right. If I hold my, right? Can you see? Here, I'll turn this, I'll switch the camera. Can you see that like light is passing through the hairs and kind of lighting them up, right? Especially on the beard where it's not as thick as my, right? As my rest of my hair. So you will get light that's actually passing through. So you can see when I go like this, right? This is facing away from the light, but you can still see the light passing through my hair here, okay? Make sense? because it's not solid. It's not a solid object. And there are a lot of different materials that have like some level of subsurface scattering. In the case of hair, it's not technically subsurface. It sort of is and isn't. But the something like marble, for example, marble is a very solid object, right? It's like really hard stone. But light actually passes a bit through marble. Did you know that? Where's my mineralogist at? I know they're lurking around. We had to make a channel so they would stop talking about rocks in the main channel of the Discord. Okay, yeah, so that's pretty good. Then we'll add a little more light to some of these. So anyways, overall this is going to make the light feel much more, or the fur I should say, not the light, but the fur, the way we interpret the light on the fur will make the fur feel more soft, right? Because we're trying to represent something soft on a hard, plasticky surface. Yeah, boy. You got it. I could say yeah, boy, all I want. I say word unironically also. It was probably ironically at one point. Then when it becomes a part of your normal vernacular, no, I don't do that one. It stops being ironic when you say it just normally. Nutramentia. Thanks for the tier 1. Appreciate you. I like Big Dog. What up, Big Dog? I didn't say you could call me Big Dog. Of nicknames, Andy Wardle's for mine was the funniest. His name in my phone was so long in WhatsApp that or my name in his phone was so long in WhatsApp that it didn't even come up across the screen. I think he shortened it since, but have a good night. Good night, Stin. All right, so here I'm just pushing the light a little bit more, and I'm trying to remember that this light is going to be centralized in this region, right? To kind of match the hair. So the center light here of the volume, because we have to treat the whole fur as a volume, right? We're not painting each little individual tuft or strand. We're trying to treat the entire thing as one shape. And then as we work through that, we'll build up more detail as we go. Okay? So don't get lost in trying to paint each little hair right from the start. Did we get the next paint along date yet? It's going, Andy is very busy trying to finish his Golden Demon, so it will be after Adepticon. Seems like some people are still getting their figures off also. Hoss. That's very southern of you. Hopefully you learned a ton. El Guero. ¿Por qué? What is the model going to be? A goblin. The goblin from the goblin from Cult of Paint. Call me a whitey. I guess it's better than El Fantasma or something. I don't know. As for me, what are the best 2 to 3 ways to improve painting? Okay. Number 1, and this is the easiest one, is intentional practice. So not just like painting whatever, like painting the thing you want to work on. So it's focused practice. Number 2 is what would number 2 be? I have number 3. So but I don't feel like it's as important. Number 2 would be look at references. Okay. Look at references and try and understand what you're trying to copy, not just copy it. Okay. Interpreting what you see. All right. And then number 3 would be change it up. Don't paint the same things all the time. You will only get really good at painting Space Marine, or you'll only get good at painting just Space Marines if you paint just Space Marines, you know? So vary it up, have some fun with it. But intentional practice is by far the number one thing if you want to improve. And then the fourth, if I had to say, would be to seek feedback, okay? And be open about the feedback. Okay? Not all feedback is good feedback. So find someone you trust to give you feedback. All right. And listen to them. Please, please, if you ask anyone for feedback, do not get like defensive in your decision making or whatever. They're trying to help. Okay. Do you think painter scale busts help with growing better at game scale? For sure. 100%. I mean, I paint Warhammer faces way better now after I started painting busts and stuff. Okay, when I came back to doing Warhammer, like, my faces improved dramatically. So it for sure can go a long way into giving you additional skills. That's why I say vary it up. Like paint different scales, you know. Okay, so I'm taking in some blue-gray here, and I'm just giving some of this bluish light to the shadow areas. It might be a little bright at the moment, so I might have to bring it back down, but that's easy with just like a filtered glaze on top or something to push it back. But we're trying to give some of that blue light reflecting off what is supposed to be like a white beige kind of fur, right? Does it feel like a white-ish fur in this light? It probably needs to go up more in value to truly feel like a white fur because this is not bright enough based on the color of her skin at the moment. Yeah, so right now it feels like beige. But if we push the lights even more, we should start to get... Should fur be less reflective than hair? It depends. Like horses, for example, can be really shiny. Like their hair can be super satiny. It just depends on the type of fur and the type of animal. Where like a sheep's, which is I guess technically wool, but whatever, still fur. Or maybe it's not technically fur, I don't know. I'm no shepherd. Okay, so now it starts to look more like a white fur, you know? And not everyone's hair is going to be the same level of reflectivity too. You know, some people have shinier hair, some people have less shiny. Apparently, if you feed dogs more fat, their hair, their coat becomes shinier. So, I don't know. Alta Barb. Hello, welcome. Thanks for rating. Welcome to the stream. Where's all my shepherds at in chat, huh? All right, so we need to create some kind of variation here, or some kind of dark line to separate the skin from the fur. Hello, how are you? Good. We're just painting this lady here. I think at this point I need the sexy gogs. Oh yeah. What up, chat? Because I'm trying to create a very thin line here. You can always refine the line later. But the better you get it the first time is the less cleanup you have to do afterwards. So yeah, that dark line kind of helps. I will soften it, but yes, stream. Do you like my big beautiful eyes? Well, Sebastian, like the the bot to tell Discord that I'm live. I'm very good at getting those things done. Thanks, Ultibor. Appreciate it. What were you doing on your stream? What strength? These are 2.5. And really it's just mostly so I don't have to hold it like this and strain my eyes to try and look at it like up close, which I can. I could paint like this, but then this happens. And I don't think you guys want my hair all in the camera, so. You really didn't. Trust me, you're not going to get me on insecurity on that one. I know for sure. My family has a zero genetic history of male pattern baldness. Sorry. And even if I was, bald is beautiful, baby. Do you face procrastination, burning out from time to time? If so, how do you deal with it? I don't. I mean, maybe I procrastinate sometimes, but it's never that bad. I tend to stay busy with something. Maybe I will procrastinate on like a specific project I need to paint a little bit, but I tend to stay a bit active with my work. If I had to say like, yeah, in terms of burnout, I have felt it before. Not necessarily about like specifically painting in general, because I really just enjoy working on figures, but I have gotten burned out from like traveling a lot or you know, painting like box art after box art after box art, and then I wanted to take a step back and paint something a little more low pressure, right? So this is when I like to find time to paint some gaming models or something. Like this year, for example, I've painted a lot of gaming models like throughout the beginning of this year. So you can definitely, yeah, try and, if you're experiencing burnout, try and find something that is like feels more casual to you than like the hard grind, you know, of like, oh, I gotta work on improving on this. Like that stuff's good and all, but if you're not having fun doing it, then perhaps, yeah, find something low stakes to work on. Did that answer your question? I hope so. Hey, y'all, it's therapy time with Eric. What other questions can I answer for you? Yeah, commissions will do that, you know? Like, paint something for yourself, get back to, like, figuring out why you paint these things in the first place, right? It's my job too. Sometimes you can go, well, if we're getting into the how freelancing works, that's a whole topic in itself. But unless you're living like, unless you're like, I'm not going to eat unless I finish a Space Marine today. Normally, as a freelancer, you should have a bit of a cushion that you, if you need to, you can take your own vacation, right? No one's going to give you a vacation if you're the only person who can give you vacation when you're a freelancer is you. Do I ever feel I'm too tall? How does that make you feel? I know. I mean, the only time I feel, the only time I'm ever really annoyed with my height is when I'm on like airplanes or in a small car. Basically, when I'm in spaces for long periods of time where I'm cramped. Korean barbecue is another one that can, I can be like, I'm a little tall. Are you excited, nervous for Golden Demon this year? I'm just a judge, not head judge. Just a judge. One of three. I'm excited. Yeah, not nervous. I've judged a lot of painting competitions. I have hit my head on things before, but that's not that common. And after you do it once, you typically learn to when I'm going down these stairs or whatever, I should probably duck. It's not like I'm Yep, 7'5". That's right. That's how tall I am. They tried to get me to play in the NBA, and I was like, nah, I want to paint figures. You want to give me how much money to play in the NBA? I'm good. I'll paint miniatures, thanks. What did you do before painting minis full time? I worked as a full stack developer and motion graphics designer for an advertising agency. That was my job. And I did that for 41. I've been done with that. I quit during COVID, which was 2020. Have I been doing this full time for 5 or 6 years? And I did that since I was, let's say 5, because I did some freelance still. It was between 10 and something years of doing that work. I mean, I worked at my one company for like over 5 years, so, and then, or the one agency, and then I worked at another agency for a while. And then I worked for a government contractor before that, doing interactive intranet-based technical manuals. That's cool, Finwan. Agency life is tough, man. It is fast moving. It is much easier to be a like corporate developer, you know. Corpo. Was it high stress? Yes. This is why I don't tend to fret deadlines when working on miniature projects, because one, they're typically for, you know, friends and whatever that aren't like, oh my God, if I don't get this out, it's going to cost me millions of dollars. And two, yeah, you're not dealing with that level of money. Thank you, Flapjack. I agree. Unnecessarily high pace, or whatever you want to call it. So it should actually turn to shadow back here. The worst actually is if you've ever had to do TV ad placements. TV ad placements is pretty bad because they buy the ad spot oftentimes before, like they'll buy the ad placement before the commercial is even done. And you end up in a spot where it's like, hey, this has to air on, next week or whatever. Okay, so we got a little work done on the fur so far. It's not perfect, it needs to be refined, but we've gotten some good basic shapes and stuff in. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I had to do like what are called lower thirds and stuff. So it's like the phone numbers and all the little animations that pop up on the screen when you're watching like a TV ad. And then I did some like fully animated commercials also. Or like, go to this website, blah, blah, blah. Scan this QR code. That type of stuff. The QR codes were still not super popular at the time that I was still working there. They seem to pick up more within the last like 5 years is how much you see QR codes and ads. I think it wasn't really, they didn't really become popular until Apple natively made them work in the camera app. And I don't remember when that was. All right. I'm going to take a quick break. Okay, hello. I'm back. One time, a guy I work with had to come into the office at an old job of his to make a bunch of changes to a commercial for an unnamed chicken restaurant at 3 a.m., only to have said unnamed chicken restaurant go back to the version before they had him make all those changes. Boy, does that sound familiar. Not 3 a.m., and honestly, my bosses were very cool, but we had to make some changes to some ads in the evening and stuff sometimes. JC Paints. Good morning. How you doing? How's it down under? Or JC, are you? Yeah, you're in Australia. I always mix up Jared's. That was one of the bigger Chicago agencies, so they provide really good services to their clients. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I thought so. I thought it was. There's another Jared that comes in too, but I sometimes get screen names confused. Where were we? What were we doing? We should probably work on the hair some more, huh? Yeah, we were doing the fur, but probably work on the hair a little bit. Hey man, don't fuck with spiders. I'm certainly not here for that. just for fun. Just a funsie. Just having a good time experimenting with a little stuff. I'm trying out some, trying to get a little fancier with some lighting, you know. See what we can make happen. I would say 90 some percent of the stream projects I do are for fun. They're mostly personal, just fun or experimenting. Just having a good time, huh? I didn't get it when I started. I did get some when I was like really trying to improve. I did about a year of private coaching, like feedback sessions with Alfonso Banshee. He was very helpful to my development. I was painting a ton at the time, like just a lot. And yeah, I found it quite helpful to my development. Probably the biggest like jump in development during that time. So you can see here, I'm just like, you can see even the reflections from the wet paint, right? I'm just trying to create some blue sort of sky reflections here, just to create some form to the back of the head, right? So that when you turn the model, there's something interesting to look at. Right? It's not perfect, okay? Doesn't have to be. We're just trying to sketch it out. We're getting a feeling for it. See how it works. I can always tone it down or make adjustments, but I want this like rhythm that goes across the hair here. As this folds, you can see that it bumps out like this, right? Her head comes down and then it bumps out again because that's it laying across the pelt, whatever, cape thing. Because the light is like this, I want to start to, as this starts to come around, we're going to create the transition here where this starts to become shadow. So the light is transitioning across into shadow onto the back of her head. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, I know I said it in the Discord, but if you did the Squidmar Open, congratulations, and congrats if you got a medal or commended or whatever. So, good job to you. Congrats for even just submitting something, you know? Zuvikas, thank you very much for the Prime. Fingers. It's all. My wrist and elbow does not move at all. The even more important part is the angle of the brush. You want it very perpendicular to the surface. Do I have a favorite Squidmar piece? I'll be honest, I didn't look at the whole gallery, so I cannot answer that question. I'm guessing a lot of them were like resubmissions and stuff, or figures I've probably seen before, at least on socials or whatever, so. It was yours. Yours was my favorite piece, whoever needed to hear that. Thanks, Suvikas. Was that cheesy and wholesome enough for you guys? Yeah, it was all online. And I don't know how they handle notifying you. I entered last year, but I don't remember what they did. I guess they emailed you. I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah, it's probably the better way to do it. Is just go onto the website and check. Just check it out. I'll let Chad answer that one. Who that? Who dare? The row. Hello. Thanks for following. Welcome to stream. Row. Like that. What do I think about the new putty and paint? I don't think about it at all. Is there a new putty and paint? I haven't been on that website in a long time. Richard. Thanks for the prime. 11 months. Wow. I've had to deal with Richard for 11 months. Minimum. Hello, Maso. Thanks, Stick Legs Paints. Thanks for the prime. Is that the new base layer? Is that the new base layer? Do you mean layer Layer? Oh God, really? I didn't even know that was a thing. What I need is another social media like a hole in the head. Ugh. Good. Go ahead. And how's it going on the samurai lady? So Putty and Paint was a website where you could like, I don't know, it was trying to be like Cool Mini or Not or something where you could vote on figures and stuff and blah 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 blah. It was a thing for a while, but I never really went on there. I didn't see a point to it, to be honest. I know some people like actually sold their figures and stuff through it, so I guess there's that, but I never really got any use out of it. Thanks. We're getting there. We're making progress. I'm going to push it maybe a little bit more. I need some of this lighter blue on this side where it's kind of interacting with the sky and her hair kind of interacting together. Right, the sky and the lights, the actual light source are both sort of interacting here. But anyways. There's a lot of things to do on her with like details on the hair with these little ties and stuff that she has in her hair. Hi, baby stapler. How are you? I'm good. Things are all good over here. I wouldn't say ready, but I'm excited for it. It should be fun. Are you guys ready? I still have some things to do, but do not buy me a waifu t-shirt. Thank you very much. You will be wasting your money because it will never be seen ever. I'll still wear it, but it will never be seen. When did I do that? That's annoying. Did you see that? That's called skills right there. That's skills. You gotta match that color on the skin and value. Boom. Get rid of it. Is there a version of is there a Gundam version of the War Mommy Titan? What the heck is the War Mommy Titan? Are you talking about the O or the O Gundam, Richard? Because they're two different things. If you're talking about the O from Zeta Gundam, it's not a Gundam. Well, there's no, there are some very large mobile suits, and there is something in Gundam called mobile armors, which are like even bigger mechs than mobile suits, like the Big Zam. Exactly. Heck yeah, Salty Windigo. There's the Big Zam. There's the Zeong. The Neo Zeong is gigantic. So there are some very large mechs in it. Dude, don't you say anything bad about Big Zam, dude. I like Theo. S-Fizz. Hi. Welcome. I feel a lot of you trying to body shame Big Zam right now. And that won't be accepted in chat, okay? I'm saying Big Zam's, dude. Big Zam is what it is. It's a cool mobile suit that likes to spin around and shoot lasers everywhere. Even if it skips leg day. Master grade Vidar from Iron Blooded Orphans. Vidar's getting a suit in Gundam Assemble. Psycho Gundam should be the biggest actual Gundam, yes. Unless you include the really weird one at the end of G-Quux. But I won't, yeah. If you haven't watched G-Quux, there's a very large Gundam at the end. I don't know, it's weird. It's a weird series. The G-Quux. Yes. This zombie's like big, but it's not that big. Oh, Devil Gundam is pretty large. What was some other? There's a Psycho Gundam Mark II. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of like huge mobile suits. I think on the bigger side of things, you've got the Nightingale. Kshatriya is large, but not that big if you take the wing binders off. See, the Dendrobium is a mobile armor. The Zommel you're talking about. Oh no, wait, the Zommel was in 0083. What's the thing in? What was the thing in 8th MS Team? That was like the weird floating green. It was like a UFO, like a flying saucer with a Zaku head in it. I don't remember what that thing's called. The asparagus. I know there's some other big ones, but they're just not on my mind at the moment. The Neo Zeong is huge. Yeah, it is gigantic. And I don't actually, so another giant mobile suit would be uh, the Deep Striker, but I don't even know if you can consider that a mobile suit at that point. Are we talking about Gundams? I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but... Oh, okay. I'm gonna do her like necklace thing, but there's still some parts to her neck that need finishing. What? Good question, Mose. I'm sure there's an actual definition to that, but it's based off of, I think, kind of just what they call them in the show. Because otherwise, I really don't have any idea what would actually make the difference. Have a good night. Well, thank you, Hinsmole. Okay, let me read this. This is a long one. I didn't realize I wasn't already following already. I've got a painting question. Are there strategies or techniques for color matching mixes across painting sessions, or is it just general mixing practice and being able to get the color you want pretty quickly and accurately? It is a practice thing. You get better at it as you do it more. But my sort of thought process is you have 3 components to any color. You have hue, chroma, and value. Hue is, here, I'll pull out some paints real quick so we can look. Hue is what, like, literal color of the rainbow you would call something, right? So this would be orange, right? This is orange also, but it's this one's a little more red, this one's a little more yellow, right? This is purple. This is also purple. So the difference between these is that these might be the exact same hue, right? So they're both purple, but this one has a much higher value, which is how much like white or black, or how bright or dark it is, right? How light or dark it is. Okay, so this one has a much higher value. And then your third component is chroma, which is how basically how saturated a color is. Yeah. So here we can take one, another purple, right? So technically this one's more desaturated than this one. Or you can pull like a random gray, right? So this is a greenish gray. Yes, it's pretty similar in value to this one, right? It's maybe slightly lighter, but I bet they're probably really close. It might just be the bottle messing with you. Okay, so you know this was like a green, but it's more on the green, like the bluish side of green than the yellow side of green. They both are, yeah. So similar hue, similar value, but this one's a little more gray than this one. Okay, so when you mix colors, you want to try and get to the hue. You want to try and get the value, right? How light or dark it is. And then you can start trying to mix the, get the chroma just right. Yeah, makes sense. And if you're good, you can do all three at the same time and just be like, wow, nailed it. For sure, it's easier said than done, but it's like any kind of practice. You get better at it as you go. All right? No one expects you to do it perfect your first try. Certainly not me. I don't expect you to be perfect. I expect you to try. You've seen info online when painting thin lines to not do the brush perpendicular to the surface? I didn't say don't do the brush. I didn't say all the time. So I've been trying to paint thin lines. Okay. Don't take out of context. Eric said metallics never have cast shadows. What? When did I say that? He said it one time. Yeah, it could have been in reference to something else, but I don't know. That's what I took away from it. Well, thank you. She looking like a CoverGirl. Or what would be the better one? She's a Pantene Pro V model. L'Oreal. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. All those. I don't know, the Sahalar model that I did the box art for had pretty glorious locks. He was definitely rocking the Fabio hair. I do not. Please do not ask me to apply any makeup. I will. How do the kids say? F your S up. I am a product of the 90s. Yeah. You are right. Pretty much my earliest memories and my formative years were spent in the 90s. Yeah, man. You're not going to get any arguments out of me. I know. I didn't do Pogs. I mean, I had some, because every kid had some, but I don't think I ever actually played. Just collected some. Well, what's a crazy? I don't know. What's a crazy bone? What are you making up now? I don't know what that is. What? No, I don't remember too many pizza. I don't remember too many pizza parties in school. I mean, we got some. Got to paint that part line. See that? That is important. It looks good. I like it. It's the scalp running up through the hair. Man, I grew up with Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis. I didn't have a Sega, by the way. I was just quoting one of the great philosophers of our time, the Notorious Big. I did have a Game Gear, though. That thing died so fast. That was the biggest... I basically didn't play it off of batteries. I just played it off of the, like, AC adapter because that thing would eat batteries, dude. And I didn't get a Game Boy because I mostly just played Super Nintendo, Super and NES. I didn't get a Game Boy until Game Boy Color. Yeah, when Pokemon Gen 1 came out. And I think I would have been in the 8th grade at the time. Blue, dude. Come on, man. Blue all the way. Blue was way better. I don't remember why. I know, I remember there was certain Pokemon in each one. Oh, dude, Weedle sucks, man. Actually, I don't like any of the Redhead Arcanine. I don't need no fire Pokemon, dude. Fire Pokemon are lame. And every bug type Pokemon sucked in Gen 1 also because they all had poison as a second type. So my Alakazam will just delete your whole team. Oh, look. Oh, is it Alakazam or Mewtwo? Yeah, your Scyther's dead. Oh, you got a fire Pokemon? Let me introduce you to Gyarados. Dude, Charizard sucks. What are you talking about? He's the worst starter in that game. I mean, that is like a proven fact. That Charizard is like statistically the worst starter. Don't come at me when I got the data to back it up, all right? But he's a dragon. He's actually not. Not until Fire Red. The remake. And if you want a dragon, Get a Dragonite, because he's the best. He's the best Pokemon in Gen 1. And Cloyster. Gushers are fruit snacks? Wait, but no, just like regular fruit snack? Dude, Welcher's strawberry fruit snacks are pretty good. Welch's? Well, that's what I said, right? Welch's. He was mega evolved or something. You just didn't know it yet. Mega evolution. It was spoilers for 20 years later. Man, stop trolling, Richard. Get out of here. Movie's terrible. It's not even good in like a, oh, it's so bad it's good kind of way. It's just bad. And the worst part is they wasted some really good actors on it. Like legitimately good actors. Yeah, I've seen them. Well, Meteor Man, I'm not sure. I don't think so. But Blank Man, yes. It's not. I mean, the Mario movie is not better than Big Zam. Like, you're just wrong. Now, the Mario TV show. Come on, everybody. Let's do the Mario. Swing your hips from side to side. Come on, let's go. Do the Mario. Hey, you know how many zip codes that I can remember? I'll tell you. I'll tell you all the zip codes I can remember. I know the one where I grew up. I know the one where I live now. And I know Chicago, Illinois. $60652. Scruff McGruff, Chicago, Illinois. 60652. Well, I remember that one specifically. Is there a song with Ludacris where he sings a bunch about zip codes? Raps, whatever, zip codes? I didn't know that. That's funny though. Yeah, I'm no I didn't prove I was a 90s kid enough. Dude, Jal just wants to know where Monica, like, he just wants Monica. Monica! Remember that guy, like, finally got some recognition in the news for Fire Festival, and then that, and that went really bad? That was funny. Okay. How did you decide the highlight color on shoulder where the warm and cool light intersect? What is blue going to do to orange when they mix? Like, as in light? What happens with blue light and orange light? Do you know how to get an orange light? Do you know how, or is this light orange? It's on the yellowish side, or a little more than orange, but you have a warm light and a cold light, and when you mix them, and a cool light, when you mix them together, what happens? It's not, no, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. You don't just mix it. Because paints and light works different. I'm asking a question. What happens when you combine? Yes, you get a neutral light with the full spectrum. So you get a neutral white light, right? So how is a neutral white light going to affect skin? It's going to be more neutral in tone. Not necessarily gray out, just be more neutral, right? So it's not leaning towards one or the other. You drink sobe in the 90s? I don't remember what sobe was. What is sobe? I remember Surge and that sweet commercial where they're all running over couches and stuff to get to the Surge. That was cool. Sobe was a lizard. I do remember that. That was pretty good, actually. Howdy. All right, what are we doing? What are we even painting on this lady? I need to, like, sketch the cape thing a little bit. Just, like, get it some light on it somehow. Yeah, she has like a piece of fabric here. Just gonna go with like a kind of brownish tone. I think I need more brown. It might be the wrong shade of brown. She has I don't want it like super brown either. I want it kind of like black brown sort of thing. Something like that. So like a whatever. It's like an 8.5 by 11. It's XL, bro. Like me. You got a shop? Told you, free. My wardrobe consists of free t-shirts. There has to be a limit. You don't know how many free t-shirts I've gotten. If the opportunity comes up to snag a free t-shirt, I'm taking it. And when it comes to buying pants, I just order them online because there ain't no way that's happening in a retail store. I don't try them. No, because I just know my measurements. 41, dude. My measurements have like the length of my legs have not changed. Yes, my belt size has a little over time. Incorrect. A 60 inseam. Good lord. I'm not 10 feet tall, all leg. I wear a 36 inseam. Thank you very much. Eric, my good man, suppose we were trying to model bases for Blood Bowl. What is the best way to model that dense short grass? If you want to do really short grass, the AK moss is very good. Otherwise, what I would do is I would use the regular grass tufts and then cut them. Like after you apply them, cut them down to size. Yeah, just trim it. You refuse to touch grass. Okay, just a little bit more here. And then we'll look to see kind of where. I think that'll work. And I need to smooth that out a little bit, but give us some little bit of reflection. And we're just going for like a nice dark sort of brownish tone. Something not too crazy because I'm trying to maintain this like kind of cold, moody environment sort of thing. Plus on the new gown. Yeah, it's cool. I like it. I might end up painting it on stream at some point for fun. It's nice. I could lean into the do him as a vampire again like last time, or do him as something a little different. I don't know. Either way, I think it could be fun. All right, let's get a quick little sketch on this part here. On the thing. What's a gallon? It's a new model from Epica Tales. New release. So if we want to try that, and then we can do, because it looks like the light would hit it a little bit, we can do a small section of it where it is catching some of this warm light. A little more orange. Something like that, and then we'll push the light a little bit more. There's just a bit of that sun kind of clipping this little whatever thing. I mean, I get fancier with it as I go, but I'm just trying to see how I like the sort of bright reflection there. Okay, and then we will push a little more of that sky blue tone. And some of these upward facing sections like so. And then a bit more and add a touch of white. Then I need to get fancy and do all the filigree and like really try and clean it up, but it gives you the idea at least, you know. Could also probably blend it better and all those things, but thank you, Mikey. Might even want like more orange reflection in there, maybe even some like pink and stuff, but we're just trying to get a general sense. Like here, let's add a little bit of orangish pink glaze to it using some of the skin tone, like a light layer on this sort of transition here to give that sort of sunrisey effect. Need more white. So like a pale orange red. Hey, you know? Know what I mean? Then I would get fancier and do other stuff, but Hi, Dave. You're joining a little late because I think I'm going to call it there for tonight. I think that's about what I wanted to get to. We did some work on the back, just like getting this sketched in there. We did some more work on the front, got all the at least everything sketched in on the front. There's definitely more like small refinement stuff to do, but the general feeling of the figure, I think, is about there. I think it's about there. So, hello, YouTube people. We're back. We're painting Val from Epica Tales. Gonna try and finish her up today. And yeah, that's what we got going on. So I've laid out some of the paints. If you want to know which paints I used, go back and reference episode number 1. I'm using the same ones. So we're just going to keep going with some refinement. Hello, Inferno. We have quite the esteemed audience in the chat today. By the way, I also miss you guys. I'll see Borja next week. But Mark, I don't know when I'm going to see you again. I miss your face, Mark. What a handsome gentleman. When are we getting a Masculine's miniature art stream? Ooh, good question. Yeah, Mark. When are you gonna do a stream with me? Just trying to fix a little bit her chin. You mean again? By the way, if you guys don't know Mark, you should check out Masculine's Miniatures. If you saw me paint the MMA fighter, that's one of Mark's, or the Clue, which everyone I think seemed to enjoy, the Clue. So I believe he has a new one coming out very soon. So do yourself a favor. He also has a Patreon if you want an even better teacher than me. Or at least a more handsome one. Yeah, I think so. It was like a little goofy one though. Actually, Bora does too. Thanks. You guys like my my Leon Kennedy? I'm going. Should I cut the beard even closer? Go full Leon? Where's everyone going? Bingo? Top 5 games of all time for me, by the way. Resident Evil 4. Absolute classic. And why wouldn't they be going crazy for Leon? Leon! Borja, you can be my Luis. Could be the merchant. I don't know what Vince is hiding under that apron of his. I actually really want to play 9 when I get back. But I've been a good boy, trying to avoid getting sucked into it, you know? Hi, Coco. I haven't watched the Dune 3 trailer. But I watched the Spider-Man trailer today. Looks pretty good. Yeah, it's still with Tom Holland. Still our boy. Yeah, I don't even need to watch the trailer for Dune. Like, I'm gonna see it anyways, so doesn't really. I don't need to see a trailer to know I'm gonna go see it because the last two. Did I play Magic the Gathering? Yes, I played a lot of Magic the Gathering. In fact, my Magic the Gathering cards are what paid for my entire streaming setup. Speaking of, Andy Wardle was looking for people to play Magic the Gathering with at Adepticon. I used to play Magic kind of competitively, so... But now, no longer. I sold my cards. I still know how to play. Just the only thing I wouldn't know is like maybe some of the new keywords. Like, I know how like treasure and food tokens were brand new when I stopped playing. So anything that's like after that, I'm basically not going to know. After Ravnica block, is in the original Ravnica block or the return to Ravnica block? I could draft, yeah. That I'd be down to draft. I think the last time I played, like, menace was the newest keyword. Hello, Pint of Paint Studio. How are you? So, if there's newer keywords than that, I don't know them. Wolfer. Hello. Welcome. Thanks for following. What is menace? Menace is an attacking creature. If it's an attacking creature, it must be blocked or by 2 or more creatures. That was what menace did. Woofer, thanks for the tier 1. Appreciate you. How are you? Welcome to this. Welcome to the stream with your tier 1 or any sub, by the way. You get access to the Feedback Friday channel in the Discord. exclamation point Discord if you haven't joined the Discord, and you can submit your models for live feedback on Friday. How's that for promotion, huh? For the low cost of a free Prime sum. Sorry, but if it's for Golden Demon, you'll have to wait until after. So here I'm just trying to add like a little bit of light catching on this part of the chest as it crosses under the neck. And I think that's pretty good. I could sneak like a tiny bit right here. So little touches like that can add quite a bit to the model. You just want that hair looking nice and soft. By the way, speaking of weather, how's the weather supposed to be in Milwaukee next week? Anybody know? Do I need to pack for winter, or is it supposed to be relatively nice? I know it's still Milwaukee in March, but is it like mid 40s to 50s? Okay, that's not that bad. It was like in the low 30s today here. Nah, I'm good. 100's too hot. That's craziness. Are you guys in like one of the hotter parts of summer in Australia at the moment? Is it cooking there? Well, that's in Arizona. Jesus. Why do people live there? Like, why? I can blame your ancestors, but you know you can like leave, right? Matt Roleplay Me, thanks for the prime. Hello. I'm moving to Twin Peaks. That's where I'm going. Go live at the Great Northern. May have overdone her hair a little bit there. Might have to tone that back a little bit, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with coffee shops in the area. Sorry. But I know where all the convenience stores are. Because this guy ain't paying $6 in the convention center for a Red Bull. Forget it. All right, so I need to make the fur in this area just slightly lighter than her hair. Just ever so little bit. You can. I've never had problems with it. I know they tend to say like no outside food or drink or whatever, but I've brought it in and haven't had a problem. I think they're more worried about alcohol, but I know there's a restaurant I want to go to while I'm in Adepticon, but I don't remember the name, so I'll have to ask someone. But we went last year, and it was very good. It's a German food place. It's German. It's good, yeah. Maters. It might have been. They have like knights in the window or something. Sorry, not just German food, Bavarian food. Not all German food is the same. Hello. In fact, not all Bavarian food is the same. I learned that when hanging out with Roman. I was like, hey, do you have this one particular type of sausage? And he's like, I've never heard of that in my life. And then he looked it up and was like, oh, that is a thing. But specifically from the Black Forest. He's like, that's a whole 2 hours from here. We don't eat that. It's like, okay. I'm good. Feeling good. Almost all ready for Adepticon. Almost. Gotta prime a bunch of class figures, but it's going fine. Not as many as usual, which is nice. That's what's printing right now. Are you judging GD this event? Yes. Yes, I am. Sure am. Can't wait to have a few people really love me on Sunday and then a bunch of people really dislike me. Question for Feedback Friday, if it happens this week. If I have an update to a piece that is earlier in the queue, what's the best practice for flagging uploading the update without hopefully so just alter, like edit your original post, so post the pictures again below and then edit the original post to say updated like put edit updated pictures below, and then I'll jump down to the new photos. Oh, thanks, Borja. Sorry, Harumpfenstein, I'm not allowed to answer any questions about the decision making or judging process. But I can on Sunday give my individual thoughts on figures. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. So my personal feedback is okay. So if you want some, you can find me after and I will give you my thoughts, but I cannot answer specific questions about the judging process or why it received certain whatever pin or whatnot. Got her tiny little hair tie things. Super small. And try and get a nice line in here. Hello. Hello, Guillaume. Hello, Metalovich. Hello, I have a question on your paint job or any advanced paint job. Really, how much of what you painted is realistic? It looks amazing. as usual, but I don't have enough knowledge to know if the shadows are realistic or modified to be that interesting. I mean, some stuff is exaggerated, but I would say this is on the realism side. Like, some of the blue light is exaggerated. But this, I would say, leans towards realism. So here we have to combine a little bit the blue with the skin tone, which results in this sort of grayish tone. So where you're getting both. This is overlapping kind of light. Any hopes for the Adepticon GW reveal show? Any random stuff you guys are looking forward to? I can give you mine. I hope that we see what the next season of Kill Team is. I'd like to see the next terrain set. Could be exciting. I guess maybe we have one more expansion before that. Maybe? I could be wrong. I guess we have one more team left to come out. Question for you. Taking the skin as an example, do you differentiate your highest value of the skin and the value paint you use for shininess gloss effect? So you're talking about like the specular highlights. So like the here on the nose and on the cheek. So I work up to my highest value, and then shinier areas, so like the nose and the lips, the value is going to go up a little higher than it might on the cheek or on the chin, because this is a shinier, slightly shinier area than of skin than the chin, right? Because your nose has a little more oil in it than your chin does, so the highlight will be a little more, just a little more intense. More lizardmans? Want some new lizardmans? Dude, I would love a Grey Knights kill team. For real. I'm pretty happy with the kill teams I have. I might still do a Phobos kill team. But if they did a Grey Knights kill team, oh boy. I'd be all over that, dude. I'm just letting y'all know, if a Grey Knights kill team comes out, streams are just going to be painting non-metallic metal silver for like weeks. I need to teach you to play? Why don't you ask Rodrigo to teach you how to play? I'm asking because sometimes the specular highlight tends to extend beyond the area of highest value in my eyes. Well, the highlight is the highest value, so I don't quite understand the statement. Eldar Exodites would be a cool kill team. I'm not into Eldar, but if it ain't Imperium, I ain't playing it. Yeah, so you have two different types of light, okay? You have volumetric light, which could be referred to as albedo. Which is the type of light that does not change depending on the viewer's perspective, okay? And then you have specular highlights, which are actual, you can think of as literal reflections of the light source on the surface. And those can change. Dead miniatures. Hello. Thanks for the raid. How are you? How was your stream? It's not my roommate that's the loud one. You don't want to learn how to play kill team from my roommate. Guy doesn't know how to shoot. He just wants to hit things with claws. Hello. Hi everyone. Trying to sculpt on a squig. Cool. Everyone's like, there's shooting rules in this game? You guys have guns? Speaking of. Speak of the devil. Hablando del rey de Roma. I've seen Khabib play basketball. That dude doesn't know shooting either. I don't know about DC. Never seen him play basketball. I could tell you though, Dominic Cruz would tell you about how you're playing basketball wrong. Only the MMA fans are getting these jokes. Everyone else is like, what the f is he talking about? What is this boy going on about right now? Oh yeah, no, that's yeah, I talked about that. That's the 3D printer going. It's you're hearing the buzz of the 3D printer trying to finish up some figures for Adepticon, get some class models printed up. It's actually the last one. The last set. Well, the last set of the class model. I gotta print something else, but yeah, that's what you're hearing. No, you can't have a weird, and that's for workshop students. Speaking of, I'll be teaching a workshop in July in Vegas. So if you guys are in the Vegas area, keep an eye out because I'll be doing a workshop. July, late July. No, I didn't. Because Adepticon, they've done it before where they've had 2-day painting workshops, but it's pretty unusual to do 2-day painting workshops at Adepticon. You don't see it that often. I think you could pay me directly if I remember. I don't know how they're doing it now. They've been changing some processes at Vercos, so I don't want to say. But I think you email them to get on the list and then you pay me. So I think it's how it works. All right, so some of the blending on her shoulder is not quite there, but we're making some good progress here. Keep darkening this area, trying to get that nice occlusion shadow in these darkest parts of her chest. No. No, the last time I played chess, I was 1500 in rapid. Definitely not a GM. Eric, do you ever use a humidifier if the air gets too dry? That's funny. You're funny. The air getting too dry. I live in a swamp, dude. I don't know what dry air is. Dry as my hands aren't sticking together. What is impressive on your model here is that even in the shadow area, we have a clear view of the volumes thanks to your light and shadow placement. In order to keep it visually as the shadow area, do you know approximately the highest level of light you have in there? I mean, if you can, the important thing is that you keep them distinct, right? So I'll change it to black and white on the stream. So you can see that like the shadow area remains darker than the light. Well, if you were a sub, you wouldn't have ads. How about that? But in Vegas, like when I go to Vegas, yeah, we paint with a humidifier. You have to. All right. I will be right back. I did answer your question. The lights in the shadow side cannot go above the value of your areas of light. I'll show one more time. See? The blue is still darker than the lights. I need to push the highlight on our shoulder a little bit more though. It's an interesting spot because we have the highlight on our shoulder interacting with that blue specular light also in the environment. The same would happen on her forehead if, depending if her hair wasn't in the way. No, I just trust my eyes. It's just a skill you have to develop. There's no tricks. No tricks to it. Just gotta work on your perception. And eventually you can learn to read values regardless of the color, right? Learning to isolate the color and value, which can be a challenge, but you'll get there eventually. Like all things, it just takes time and practice. The thing no one wants to hear. Just keep at it, you'll get it eventually. Yeah, I know, right? Watched a lot of videos on how to properly do a muscle up, and I still can't do one. It's BS. Hell no. No, I'm not bringing them with me. I'll try and get some workouts in though at the hotel gym. Maybe I'll try and get a lesson from Andy. Damn it. All right. Oh, look at that misplaced mark right there. Ugh. Not an amateur. And it's gone. So that you can take a, so I can take a picture like this and you can't see her necklace at all anyways. All right, how we doing? I feel like we're getting pretty far along on her. I don't know how much. I gotta do the, whatever you want to call these, hair tie things? Let's just say her braid jewelry. Then I gotta clean up the brooch, whatever it is, clasp, cloak clasp. No, the printer's done. Print is finished. I mean, it's the fan is still going, but the actual print is done. I just realized this fan's on and it's going to dry out my paint. But it needs to. What kind of three? It is a hand-me-down from Dave. It's a Saturn II. What kind of 3D printer are? Oh, have you quit smoking? No, I have one thing at a time. Working out, switch to sugar-free, watching my calories. No, I have not quit smoking yet. One thing at a time, all right? Or two things at a time. I don't want to be a completely irritable asshole. I just went like 20 minutes ago. No. David. It's I don't IDK just Dave is Dave. Yeah, so my body fat percentage is like way higher than I thought it would be. I was like, I'm not that bad. And then I got a scale that reads it. No, yeah, I know it's not probably like super accurate, but apparently visceral fat is a thing. That's like the fat around your organs and stuff, which drinking soda, like high fructose corn syrup and stuff, is very bad for. No, I don't drink really Coke or anything that much. Anyways, I'm already down like 6 pounds. Thanks. How man do? I'm gonna be shredded by Monty. You guys watch. Well, workouts right now is just calisthenics and every other day I do cardio on the rowing machine. So I do interval training on the rowing machine, and that's it. And I'll walk a lot. After I work out, I go for like a 45-minute walk. The benefits of being self-employed. Ooh, 12 kilos. You were always handsome, more, huh? But 12 kilos is quite a lot. I did P90X back in the day in my 20s. It made me lose quite a lot of weight then, too. I could do like a full pike, touch my forehead to my shins. I'd like to get that flexible again also. But I've got different goals this time. Nah. Nah, I'm 41 and I'd like to be able to do a muscle up. Like a proper one, like 5 with good form. Front lever and a muscle up. That's my my workout goals right now. I never liked weights very much, so that would be pretty funny. The gym space sharks? Let me get a Gym Shark Cacardons shirt. Come on, Andy and Vanguard Tactics, let's make this happen. Yes, Andy owned a gym and was a personal trainer. Hey, thank you. What you doing right now? You just painting late into the night? Are you on that last grind to finish your GD entry? Eso es dedicación. That's why my boy's got a Slayer sword. Put in the work. Clay Williams tells me to tell you to give him a cigarette. All right. Bum. Okay, let's push the light a little more here on the little not too much, but we need to get some little bit more contrast on those parts just so you can see that they're metal. Then we put some shines on these. Last question, and after that I leave you alone. You don't blend. Is it done in a later phase or is it not necessary? I pursued a smooth blend for a long time. Now I do blend. I glaze and make small transitions. It just depends on what kind of texture I'm going for. Like I would say her face is pretty blended. It's not like ultra perfect because it's not I'm not trying to make it ultra perfect, but yes, I do work in thin layers and glaze when I want a smoother transition. So it's not that I don't ever, it just depends on what kind of finish I'm aiming for. mean, like what I just did there, I would consider blending. But when it comes to blending, that is up to you how far you want to like push it. Like, yeah, do you want everything? But not everything has to be like blended to the point where it's just like ultra smooth, because not everything in life is ultra smooth, you know? Yeah, readability is the key right there. You just said it. Like that's what you're looking for. That's more important than being smooth, is being readable. We want to aim for good readability. If you can get that, yeah, I'm smooth as hell, but you know, not everyone can be like me. You can practice all you want, but some things are just talent. Shh, don't tell people that, Bora. Those are secret moments that you got to see. All right, don't let that out into the world. I don't want to battle you. I want to duet with you. I want to make the city of Monte weep. All right, let's see. Get these couple little some dots here and there for the crazy swirly bits of this clasp. All right, I think that's pretty good. Who's that? Balthanus. Hello? I think I'm pretty happy with that. I mean, I could fart around with it for a while and mess with some other parts, but like, yeah, the back could probably, I could do probably a little more with it, but it's enough to make me happy for now. Let's add one more layer of light to the back, huh? Let's just push it a tiny bit further. How's that? No, a little bit more. A touch bit more. There we go. Maybe slightly more bluish. Just that extra little layer of light will make this just a bit more interesting, because yeah, the back is dark and a little flat, so we can try and push it just a little bit further, doing these little tiny lines, drawing super, I don't even know if you guys can see those. Yeah, see how, let's go all the way in, zoom and enhance. Hello, Maso. Yeah, that'll work. Some thin little lines just to create some definition in these parts. All right. Well, I think that's going to do it. So, slightly shorter stream. But I'm pretty happy with the result. I'm going to do, I say that, and then I'm like, oh, there's this one other little thing I'd like to touch. Make her hair slightly more silvery in the cold side. And I feel pretty good about that. So, yeah, I think that'll probably do it. Is your interpretation of this model based on Val from A Song of Ice and Fire? I don't know. It's kind of like a mix of Emma Frost and Ciri from Witcher. Get some sleep, Bora. You got a few more days. You got almost a week. Guillaume, thanks for the follow. So, yeah, that's Val. Thanks for watching me paint her.